Hello everybody, I'm Hawaiian Hillbilly. Welcome to another live stream. You guys know the routine. I gotta set up my laptop right quick. I need to be able to monitor chat just in case anybody comes in. It'll take me just a minute here, guys. Always wanting to sell me YouTube TV, and it's too expensive. They want way too much for that. Let me type a quick message in the chat. Kind of trying to type all this stuff out in the dark. It's fairly dark where I'm sitting right now. Okay. I mean, I have a light that I could turn up the brightness on, but I really didn't want to do that. I didn't have my glasses on either. I kind of need to wear glasses when I'm on my laptop, but I don't need my glasses to be able to see the TV to play the game. I can watch TV without my glasses or with my glasses, either one. So now, let's get inside here. I am going to be deleting this one. I could delete that now, but I'm not going to. I'll delete it later. We're going to jump on there and play Elm Creek. This is not Elm Creek. This is Dark Forest. And I haven't done much on it. We may jump on No Man's Land. I got it started, but I don't have a lot of progress done on it either. But we're going to jump in here, Calm Lands. That's all activated. So today we're going to be buying some land and put in some new fields. So hopefully it'll work out okay. It should. The first thing we'll do is just go buy the land, but, well, that's not the first thing we're going to do. We need to take care of something else first. Actually, we may have to sleep until the next month. Well, I'm sure we will, because I got everything finished from last time. So we got up on the big field over there. Right there, that big field, we got it replanted with soybeans, and this field over on the other side, that field we planted with sunflowers. So there's nothing else to do. I think I do want to sleep for one day. I don't think anything will be ready to harvest. Wait, what month is it? It is April. Okay, so we can sleep until 8 o'clock. It's fine. Oh, I just got an eyelash or something in my eye. That wasn't fun. All right, now let's see. I don't think any fields will be ready to go. We do have a field ready to go. I was not expecting that, but that's okay. We can go up there and harvest that right quick. I say right quick. It may not be actually quick, but we can go up there and harvest that. Let's just go. Let's take. We're just going to grab our truck, because before I do the field over here, I want to, what do I have? Do we have what is it we had growing over here? Is it sorghum? It is sorghum. Okay. So we can just go ahead and we'll harvest that. We'll harvest the sorghum. And then we'll feed the chickens. Because that's what I needed to do, feed the chickens. I didn't do that at the end of the last episode, and we had to sleep away a few months, so they probably need some. Let's just take a look right quick at our animals. See where we're at. See, oh, they have 75 liters of food left. They're very low on food. We'll go ahead and take care of that now. We might as well. Now, I want to look and see, what do I have the most of? Wheat, barley, sorghum. I got much more sorghum, so we will get sorghum. There will be a little bit left over in the back of this truck. A small amount. We'll go put it back. But that'll be enough to fill this thing up. It was almost empty. So now, as you can see, if we come back down to animals, now our food is full again, 9,000. So we will go ahead I've already ran over my stop sign. That's unbelievable. I want to go pick that up. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. Doesn't matter. All right, now we can start harvesting. I'm going to go this way. Still got to get used to the working at this faster speed. With the tool height adjusted header, the modded header. I do like using mods. Some people don't. I recently watched, just within the past week, I watched a video where somebody was playing, they played start from scratch with no mods. I like the mods too much. Of course, that would make for an interesting challenge. I'm going to back up, guys, just to make sure I didn't miss something right there. Not that it would hurt nothing to miss one little stalk of plant, but still. Now, one of the things I'm going to have to look at is I thought I had some solar panels sitting over there by those trees, but there's not any solar panels there, so I'm not sure what happened to my solar panels. Maybe I didn't save it. It may be one of those times I just didn't save it. I am pretty bad about, I'll play for several hours and not even save it. I'm trying to, you know, put a little more thought into saving it periodically. I should save it in between like every stage. Now after we get this field done, we're going to go buy some property. And if nothing else, we're going to put in 3 new fields. I don't know if we'll stream long enough to get them all planted. I'm just not sure about that. Now, when we get up here to this other end, we're going to turn the helper loose. We'll turn the helper loose, but for now, get up there. Top speed 114 miles an hour. Now that guy could just stay right there for now. We'll just let it empty out. We're going to go down to this other end right down here and then just put the helper in it. The truck can sit where it's at for a moment. Once we get this guy going, we'll move it out of the way, though it will be in the way. It can't just stay there indefinitely. Now, we're going to turn around here to try to get this thing going in the direction that I want it to go in. I think it needs to be like this. About like this. Yep. Okay. Now we'll just let the helper go. That way I can put the controller down. I have such bad arthritis in my hands I can't hardly hold on to the controller. But I want to do live streams because I want to be able to, so I don't know how, but I would like to have an active chat room. I don't know if it's really called a chat room, but in a way it is a chat room. So now, what do I need next? I'm going to need this one next. So So we'll go over here. We'll worry about repairing it when we come back. Oh. Yeah, there we go. I had that thing lowered, and sometimes it'll drag on the ground. We're just going to drive this over here, get it ready. We're not going to use it yet. Okay. And we don't need that, but we will need this. The cultivator. One thing I want to look at right quick. What is that? Wheat, okay. So I want to put oats. Somebody has blocked. Oh gosh, my truck is in the way. Come on. I meant to move the truck out of the way, but I didn't. Okay. What is this guy doing? Why did he just stop like that? Okay. I don't know why it just stopped. Hello, welcome. I got to finish with this field right here, and then we're going to go put in some new fields. We're going to buy some new land and put in some new fields. Hopefully this guy can turn around without help. Last time when he got down on this end, he turned around and said he was done. Well, I hope you're having a good day. I've had a pretty good day so far. Took care of a couple of errands. And then I decided, well, I think I'll do a live stream. Ah. And we fed our chickens right at the very beginning of this episode. I forgot to do it at the end of the last episode. And it's a good thing I checked when I did, because we'd have completely ran out of food for the chickens. But we got that taken care of. Our greenhouse, a couple of episodes back, we put in a new mod for water supply for our greenhouses, so we don't ever have to worry about watering them again. They'll stay watered indefinitely. I actually want to go around this guy. I'll go show you that the mod we added just for water. It's just right down here for the greenhouses. You may or you may not have seen it already. This is a cool mod. This little thing right here. This thing, you can see I have, as far as water goes, you can see 999,982,254 liters. So this thing right here gives you 1 billion gallons of water. And that's how much I have left in it. So it's watering all these greenhouses. All 6 of my greenhouses are being watered by this one thing. Now, something I found out about this thing too, right here. This is a silo extension. That's where you find it, is in silo extensions under your construction buildings. But if you sell this, like if I was hurting for money, I could sell this. It costs $5,000 to buy it. Wow, I didn't look how much that terraformed that greenhouse. Anyway, it costs $5,000 to buy this. You can sell it for $120 million. So if you ever really just need some quick money, you can buy one of these, turn around and sell it, and you'll make yourself $120 million. That's pretty weird, but it's kind of cool. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that right there. That's a new mod, so if you play this game and you haven't seen that yet, that's in the silo extension. I had to go into mods and look for it though. And then there was another water tower. That's not a water tower, but a water container that also holds 1 billion gallons of water. But from what I understand, you have to fill it up. But the thing I just showed you has to be placed near, like a greenhouse or something that needs water. So it has a radius of which it'll work. But there is this a water barrel that works like a factory. And you can, actually it might be under factories even. Let me see, let's look under here for a second. I'll just show you right quick where those things are, it doesn't matter. So buildings, silo extensions. Right here is this one, automatic water for animals and greenhouse. And it takes one slot. Has 1 billion gallons of water. But there's another one If we come back up here and we go to container, I think it's in containers. No, it might be under factories. I'll have to look. Yeah, I think it's under factories. Let's go back up to production. Factories. And let's see if it's at the end. Yeah, right there. Water distributor. You have to fill water. You have to put water in it, but it will hold 1 billion gallons. And you can put that anywhere you want it on your map. So I would not have to put that right there beside greenhouses. I could put it up at the main yard. I could put it anywhere on the map that I wanted to, and it will still supply, set it up like a factory to distribute, and it will distribute water to either animals or greenhouses as water is needed. So I thought that was a real cool one too. But with that one, you have to fill it up. So I'm not sure. That would take a long time to put 1 billion gallons of water in there, unless you could figure out some other way to do it. And I haven't figured that out yet. So I use the other thing. Anyway, I just wanted to show you where that was. Now we can go over here. And of course, this is sorghum. I don't know if you play this game or not. You may know more about it than I do, actually. But I have to assume that maybe you don't, so I'll share a few things. Yeah, like I said, we're going to get this field replanted. We're going to plant it in oats. I think this time we'll plant it in oats. And then we're going to go buy some properties. We might buy properties as it is. Let's see, not there. How about we go up here? Let's go to up here like this, and let's look at farmland. Now, what do we want to buy next? I want to buy this property, this property, this property, and I might go ahead and buy this property. Just so that little bit at the bottom right there, I'm not sure how close to that road up here I want to get, but I want to buy all these after we get fields here. Then we're going to put potatoes up here in this part. I may do something different right here. Just do potatoes on this end. And do, I don't know, do some small field or something up here. But anyway, we want to buy all this. So let's look here. Whoops. We want farmland. This is $183,000. But we do want to buy it. Buy it, yes. Let's come down here. How much is this? 181. We want to buy it, yes. Let's come down here. This is 174. We want to buy it, yes. Okay. Now, I think, let me see how much money on it. Yeah, I still have 1.9 million. So that's okay. We're going to go right back up here. And we're going to buy this one. Yes. Boy, I could almost buy these up here, couldn't I? I could almost do that. How much do I have? 1.7. Whoops. 1.7. This is 186. Buy it. Because I'm going to end up buying this stuff anyway. I know that. Oops. Buy this. Yes. and let's buy this one. Just because I want this little part right here. This I can buy later. Let me see how much money I have. 1.3, okay. I'm still okay. I don't want to drop below. That's 184. Buy, yes. I've got, okay, 1.1 million. So I'm not going to buy any more land right now. But that'll allow us to go up to this top area up here now, and we can actually plant a field right here. But before we do that, I'm probably going to buy, I will probably buy this. That's what, 183. And what is this one? How much is this one? 93. Okay. So we're not quite ready to buy that one yet. I do not want to drop my bank account down below $1 million. I could go sell crop and make some more money, but I don't need to do that yet. We're not ready to start farming. We're not ready to start farming this top section up here. We're not ready to work this yet. I want to get this down here. I'm probably going to put 3 fields over here. I don't know how I want the layout of those fields to be. I'm just going to have to kind of play it by ear, figure it out, and see what I'm going to do. This will be one big potato field up here. But at least now I own it, so whenever I'm ready. But I want to go ahead and buy these 2 parcels right here first. Just because I'll put some kind of field over here. I'm not sure what kind. And then, of course, I'll have to buy all the potato equipment to do potatoes. And potatoes will be I think it's going to be the last new crop type that we use, because there are some crops I'm not going to use. I think on Elm Creek we may try to do some new things that we haven't done before. Because I've never done olives or grapes, those kind of things. So I may try to get into doing some of that. I'm not sure yet. I want to do Elm Creek, because Elm Creek has the production chains. I'm trying to be ready to unload this guy. He should be ready soon. Should be just about full. Actually, it looks like it's slow. Yeah, there it is. Now, I don't normally drive across my crop, but I've got crop damage turned off, so it doesn't hurt them, but I still try not to do that, but I will do it if I need to. Now, I believe this truck right here holds about 130,000 liters. I can't remember. It might be more, but I'm thinking it's like 130,000. We'll just park over here. We can get back in there and ride with him for a minute. Now, if I was doing that bigger field over there, I'd already have fertilizer going around once. But I don't really need to do that. It won't take long to fertilize it. The big field Once I get the harvester far enough out front, I'll go ahead and fertilize a little bit so I can get the cultivator moving. And I'll have all the operations going on at the same time in that particular field. This field's small enough that I really don't need to do that. I bet this guy hits these signs. If he doesn't, I'll have to fire him and back him up far enough to catch the edge of this field right here. See? You didn't get all of it. You let some of it stand there. Oh, too bad. Now, if you've watched any of my other streams, you know I wish street signs would toggle on and off with traffic. If you turn the traffic off, you don't need street signs. There's no traffic. So I do wish that was one of the things, because they're just in the way. I hit them all the time. They're a nuisance. If you don't have traffic, you don't need them. But I don't think PlayStation's going to listen to me, or not really PlayStation, but Giants, the people who make the game. I don't think they're going to listen to me. See, he skipped some. So now when I get back down there, I'm going to have to make sure I get that one little bit that it missed. Yeah, I thought it looked like it didn't quite back up in there far enough, and sure enough, that's what it did. Let's see here. There we go. Now should be able to do the rest of it without any problem. Get over here and get close. One more pass. Very good. All right. Then we'll go park this guy, because we won't need it again today on this live stream, because we're going to be putting in other fields, new fields, creating new fields. So we're just going to take this up here and park it. And as I was shuffling through the vehicles there, you may have noticed we have two of these. I did buy a second one so I can use both of them in the big field. And both of them do have the tool height adjustment. Now we'll just take this right over here and dump it out. Right now we have 37,967 liters in there, and that's 35%. It's about 130,000, I think, or something like that. And then we can just park this truck because we're done with it. We can just park this. We'll go get this one right here. And we will, now we'll do the fertilizing ourselves. It can be hard to see where the fertilizer has been on this, especially on this crop, this sorghum crop, just because of the color. Kind of have to get up above it like this to be able to kind of look and see where it's actually changing color down there. I always get a little closer to the edge on what I really need to. So I do end up wasting some fertilizer, but if I try to get it real close, I always end up missing some of it because I'll actually get too far into the field, away from the edge. So I'd rather I'm okay with the overlapping some. You can see how hard it is to kind of tell where you've been. Some of the fields are easy to tell, the crop types, but sorghum for some reason it's difficult to see where you've been already. Yeah, it's almost done. Thankfully, I only have to do that one time on this field. because the next layer of fertilizer will go down while the seed are being planted. Thought there might be one little small spot back here I need to get. I think right here. Yeah. Just a little spot, no big deal. Okay, we're done with that. Let's just go put it away. We'll grab the cultivator. And we'll do a couple of headland rows with the cultivator. It's already down there. So we're going to park this, and we'll just grab our seeder while we're here with this blue tractor. I do want to buy another tractor for the seeder. That way we have our tractor for each of our pieces of equipment. So yeah, I want to do that, but not yet. We'll wait until we can sell a big field of soybeans. I'm hoping it'll be $1 million field now, since we got it extended in the last episode. We extended it one more time. Now I gotta be careful. I want to make this oats. I'm kind of bad about forgetting to change the seed type, and then I'll end up planting something I don't really want to plant. Now I could turn this loose right here, just like this, and just let it run. I might try that. I haven't done that before. Let's just try that. Let's just let it go. And we'll see for a minute if it needs any help, or if it looks like it's going to actually be able to do the work by itself, because once this guy gets going, I may have to help him. We'll see what happens. Well, he got that part right. Because this guy's going to come along right behind it and start planting. So I just want to get it lined out kind of where I want it, like this. And we're going to send it on his way. Now, it will not catch up with the cultivator. I have to watch over there. See? Because it did not go all the way to the end. Now, there we go. I just have to keep an eye on both and see if they need help. But this gives me 2 helpers working at the same time in the same field, so we'll get done faster. And the cultivator runs a little bit faster than the seeder, and it has a wider working width. The seeder has a 6-meter working width, and the cultivator has an 8.3-meter working width. So it will get done faster. I have to keep helping it, and I may end up having to help the seeder over there too. I hope I don't, but I might. So far it looks like it's catching okay. This guy got this one okay. The seeder may have some trouble with those signs right there. One of them's been, I done knocked one of them down, so if I have to, I'll just knock the other one down. I knocked the stop sign down that's over there between at the road that comes between the silo and the silo extension. I'm just wanting to follow along with the camera so I can just make sure everybody starts where they're supposed to start. Now, I may have to go over there and help him. Yep. So I gotta get over here. Let's help him right here. Get that part done. Now we got to come this way. And we're going to knock the sign down, and we don't care about the sign. I'm not worried about those signs. They shouldn't be there. I don't have any traffic going on. Just enough to be able to Alright. Now it should be okay, because it'll be past the street signs. Oh good. At least it makes it easy for me to switch back and forth this time. Sometimes it's not easy to do that. You have to scroll through a bunch of vehicles. And as you can see, we are working the length of the field, which is how I like to work. I'm not sure how things are going to finish out at the top side though. We'll have to see how that works. I haven't actually plowed it or cultivated or plowed it in this particular direction before, starting where I did. I usually start up at the top corner up there. Well, actually, yeah, up there, right at the top up there is where I normally start. I decided to try something different. Now see, he did not back up. Why he didn't back up all the way, I don't know. Very good. See, it backed up all the way in there where it needed to. Good job. Too bad we had to wipe out all those signs, but they're in the way. I don't know why they put them there at the edge of the field. Doesn't make any sense to me. Now, one thing you have to be careful about, like with the with the cultivator too, but like with this seeder right here, if the front end of that tractor, I've had this happen before, the front end of the tractor would get out into a neighboring field and it will just go start planting right through another field that's already been planted. So you do have to be careful about getting your fields too close together. On this one, that's wide enough where I put that road. I left enough grass on both sides of it to where we're not getting over into that field, but if we're not careful, if we go the wrong direction, we'll end up doing that. I had it happen already. So it makes it hard just to put a helper on a task and then go do something else. You pretty much have to stay up with the helpers, keep an eye on them, or the next thing you know, the cultivator will do it too. But of course, the cultivator now, it's a shorter vehicle because the cultivator is attached directly to the back of the tractor. It doesn't need quite as much space to work with, so it's a little easier. But it too, it will pull out into a field that has a crop in it and just start cultivating it down. The only one that won't mess you up is the harvester, because the harvester will only hold one grain type at a time. So the harvester you can kind of let go. You don't have to worry about it messing up another field. But anything else will mess up another field for you. I've had the fertilizer spreader drive into other fields and just start spreading more fertilizer. And it's like, hello, why are you doing that? It does look pretty cool to see more than one task being worked on in the same field at the same time. Now, one thing I was wanting to see is 8 miles an hour, 7 miles an hour. Well, 6 to 7, probably average about 6. So the other one is moving a little bit faster, but it definitely has a wider working width. It's 2.3 meters wider, the cultivator is. Now look, here's some more signs right there. And they're going to be in the way. They're going to be in this guy's way. I'm a little bit surprised that the cultivator didn't knock them down. I'll probably have to knock them down with this guy though. We'll see. Maybe I won't. Oh, maybe not. We'll. Oh, it's going to be close. We'll find out on the next pass. There are some street signs up at the top too, up there. But they may not be in the way. I'm not real sure. Now we're going to fix it to find out if this guy can negotiate those signs down there, navigate around them. I think he should be okay. He should just be able to pull up far enough. That'll be the thing. If he can pull up far enough to actually plant the seeds all the way to the very end. We'll be finding out here pretty quick. Boy, it feels like this guy struggles to pull through here. But 6 miles an hour. Well, I don't know how I can let you join a live stream. Oh, see, you missed it, so I got to do it myself. It's okay. Okay, now we'll just get him turned around. Welcome or welcome back. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've had different people come in the chat and ask me if they can join, like play multiplayer, and it's like, I'm doing a live stream. I don't think I'm going to stop doing the live stream so I can go try to figure out how to do multiplayer or something like that. I'm looking for the day that I have people show up in chat that actually want to chat. I have had a couple people show up, and that's been pretty cool. But it's kind of rare. Oh, I just saw something. I'm gonna let that guy go. I gotta go catch something with this guy because I just noticed that it missed this part. I caught that just in time. All right, now it's back on. Back with the helper again. I have to kind of keep up with both of these pieces of equipment here, both these helpers. Just to make sure. Whoops, went the wrong way. Now it's going to be interesting to see what I come up with as far as fields are concerned over in the new area that we're going to be working. But we'll get this field finished off first. Now we may not plant all our other fields. I think I'm going to do three new fields, but I'll have to look at it. I'll just, when I get out there and I get to putting into new fields, then I will determine if I want 2 or if I want 3. Right now I'm thinking 3, but that might change. This guy will be done. It won't take him too much longer to get finished. Oops. This guy has a little bit to go. Once the cultivator gets done, we'll take it and we'll go swap it out for the plow, because we'll need the plow for creating a new field. Hello, welcome, or welcome back. I don't know how to be able to figure out who's watching, so I know whether it's the same person that's been watching before or not, but so I never really know, unless it's somebody that shows up in chat. Our cultivator will be done before too much longer, and then we will go swap it out for a plow and go create some new fields. But before I do that, I'm going to finish getting this field planted. This guy's about halfway done, a little more than halfway done, really. It does not work at the same speed as the cultivator, and it does not cover as much ground as the cultivator. The plow is the same as this right here, 6 meters, but the cultivator is 8.3 meters. I keep going the wrong direction. I did find one spot where I had to go back and catch the cultivator, missed it on this end up here. So I'll try to make sure it gets started in the right spot. Only had one little small spot that it missed, but I wish it didn't miss any, because then I wouldn't have to stay with it so much. I don't know if people like the commentary or not. Some games that I watch, I don't like the commentary, but there are other games I watch people play, I do like the commentary. And this is one of the games that where generally I kind of like the commentary that people have with their game. But I don't know what other people like. I have been told I have a pretty good voice for ASMR, so hopefully it's not too bad to listen to. I'm looking forward to being able to get that plow and go take a look at our new land and just how we want to go about putting our fields in there, because I really don't know what I'm going to do as far as that goes. I don't know if I'm going to have 2 fields or if I'm going to have 3 fields. I'm thinking 3, but I don't know. It might just be 2. I'll just have to wait until I get over there with the plow and kind of look at what I want to do. Because as you can see, we do not do traditionally shaped fields. Now I know traditionally shaped is determined by what map you play on, but like I think most people, if they're playing on a map that doesn't already have farms on it, or not farms, but fields, existing fields that you buy, like Elm Creek, when we start playing Elm Creek, all the fields are already on Elm Creek, you just buy the field. That's not the case on, this is Calm Lands, and it's not like that. You have to put all your own fields on it, except for the one you start with. And the same thing with like No Man's Land. It is, it also only has the one small starting field. Of course, that depends on what, if you start out as a new farmer, you get that field. This guy is done. Very nice. So we can fold that up because he's done. Now we're going to go swap it out. We're going to go swap this out for a plow. And as soon as we're through planting our oats, we're going to go plow up a new field. Are we going to plant stuff in them today? I don't know. I don't know how far along we're going to get. Because it really all just depends on how I feel. Let's see, I'm going to put this on this side this time. Over here. And now we're going to go get our plow, which is over here. And that little tool right there, that purple thing, that tree be gone, yeah, I like that a lot. This is the first time I've ever really kind of used that. I've always used this other piece of equipment called the Trex. I think it's made by Lizard. A Trex or T-Rex, but it's T-R-E-X, Trex. Now we're just going to take this guy up here. We're going to hang out with this helper until the helper gets done. So we're just going to leave that guy sit right there for now. And we're going to let this guy finish. And hopefully he won't need any more help to be able to complete his job. It looks like I see something down at that end that might have been missed. Oh no. Well, it's not that like I can't fix it, but I just see a little discoloration down at that far end down there. Because I was not paying attention to it. I was doing something else. So I'm going to have to go down there and I'm going to have to catch it. I'm going to have to go catch that part. But thankfully I noticed it. So it can be caught. See, the helpers will struggle on the edge of a field when they're working on angles like this. Now we're just going to go right here. We're going to drop that. And catch this one a little bit right there, just to make sure they got it. And then, is that just a shadow? Yeah, I guess it is. We still have collectibles that we have not found. I think there's 13 more collectibles that we have not found. Well, we're just going to ride along with this guy. As slow as it is, it won't take too much longer. I had not planned on actually needing to turn this field in this episode. But I did have to sleep, and when I did, I just sleep through the next day. I didn't have to though. I went ahead and bought those fields, the new fields, and got them planted. But when I did sleep till the next day, this field was ready to be harvested, so and I just cannot let this guy, I can't leave this guy unattended so I can go look at the other fields, or kind of take a look and see how do we want to design the other fields, the new fields. I'm not real sure until I get over there how I'm going to do it. But you know me, I don't do standard shaped fields. I make it harder for myself though. I make it harder for the helpers. So I make it harder for myself to be able to use helpers. I can use them, but I just have to, I have to stay with them. And I usually do that anyway, because I like to use the helper so I can set my controller down and stretch my hands out. And I'll see that guy backed up there and then said, "Oh, I'm done." You're not done. You got this whole field in front of you to do. So if it's not one thing with the helpers, it's another one. You know, in my opinion, the helpers worked better in FS19 than they do on FS22. Of course, my experience with helpers in FS19 was limited. I only played that game for a couple of months before FS22 was released, and I was able to get it and start playing it. And my actual thought on doing live streams, I was going to wait until the next iteration of Farming Simulator came out, but oh, sorry, I yawn there, guys. It is 12:40 where I live in the afternoon, 12:40. I always yawn when I'm doing live streams. So when I do yawn, I try to give you guys a time so you know what time it is, or at least what time it is where I live. I'm in the Eastern Standard Time, I think. East Coast of the USA. Although I'm not on the coast. I do live in a coastal state though, but I do not live on the coast. But I'm still in the Eastern time zone. Now, when I get back over to the yard, are you going to put the same thing again? See, I don't know why it does that. It says it's finished, but it's not finished. I don't know why it does that. It's sitting, turned around, sitting right there looking at what it needs to do, and because it's out there it's got the equipment up on the road, it just says I'm done. And I don't want it to be done. Now this is when I find I have trouble having things to talk about. Because it gets a little bit boring just watching the same thing like this. But I mean, if you're going to do a live stream, you kind of have to just take it all in. Now, one of the reasons I like playing this game, especially doing live streams, is because I can actually put a helper in there, and all I got to do is keep an eye on it. You know, if it needs some help, I'll give it some help, but then I can participate in chat, which is what I really want to do. But okay, are you going to do it to me again? Yes. Why is it doing that? It just keeps saying it's finished when it is not finished. But we are getting closer and closer to being done here. We will we'll go ahead and perform our maintenance and everything on this tractor and the seeder when we get done with this field. That way on the next round it's all fresh, it's all fully repaired and all that kind of stuff. Whoa. 2 miles an hour. Again, come on, stop doing that. Okay, at least we can see the end of the job right there. I wish this guy could see the end of the job. Yeah, so we're just riding along with this guy for right now. He's almost done, and then we're going to go cut in some new fields. And that'll be kind of cool. Now, we cannot use a helper for cutting in new fields. I'm going to have to do all of that myself, so I'm not sure how far we'll get. See some deer standing over there on the other side of the road from us. I might as well get ready to restart this guy because he likes to get right here and then he backs up out into the road and quits. So he doesn't need to back all the way back here like this. I don't know why it does that. And then says, oh, I'm done. Maybe if I did a headland row around it, it wouldn't do that. So next time I'll probably try that. I'll do the headland row. I'm still experimenting with different things, different directions. I kind of like taking this field in this direction, but I should probably do at least one headland row all the way around it first. You know, do that outside perimeter one time. See the hill that it's working on? This is not a flat map. This is a map it's all hills. You can see it's sloped all the way down, and then it slopes back up again. All kinds of slopes. Sorry, I don't mean to make you dizzy with my camera, but I like to... Oh, finally. I didn't have to tell it that time. I didn't have to get it restarted. Now I could probably jump in there myself and get it done faster. Well, I know I could, because it takes this guy longer to turn around than it does for it to actually plant the length of these roads where they're so short now. Oh, it did it again. All right. One more little row and then we're done. All right. We'll go put this guy up. We're going to do our maintenance and stuff while we're at it. And then all we'll need for a while is the plow now. So one thing I want to do, I want to fill this up. And there's that. Now we're just going to back up. We're going to back it up a little bit, and then we're going to come right here. We can fill it up with fuel, and then we're just going to come over here. I wish I could get to this toolbox from inside the vehicle, but you can't, so now everything is repaired. And we'll just go park this guy. I should be able to park it over here. I got a little bit carried away. I'm going too fast. Yeah, I can just park right there like that. That's fine. Now we're going to take our plow and we're going to go over here. And we're going to think about how we're going to do this. I got to think about how do I want to put this over here. So I want to drive around. This is going to be like this. We're going to come all the way down here like this. I'm just taking a look right now, guys, at what I got going on. Because we have all this up here. We can come around here, down like this. Just trying to get an idea. I want to kind of see now. Let's just kind of look at where I'm at. That's a pretty good sized field, but let me take a better look. Yeah, see? How about if I come down this way? I kind of need to do something like that. And then, yeah, let's see. See, I got that island out there. So I might go this way. And then come around. I want to go look over here just for a second. I'm just looking to see if there is a collectible out here someplace. There may be, there may not be. I don't see one. That's too bad. I was hoping I might find one over here. I haven't found one in a while. I did gather a few of them at the beginning. I went and found a few. So let's see, if I go around that, if I come around this, kind of like this, in this kind of like a trajectory, then maybe I can come around like this. Let me come out this way a little bit. Allow create fields. Create fields, let's go. We're just going to go like this. We're just going to see how it works out. I want to stay a little bit away from that. I don't want to be too close to it. And then we're going to go this way, like this. Now, what kind of field is this going to be? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what we'll put in it. I don't want to get too close to the road. I don't want to be real far away from it, but I don't want to be too close to it either. Because at some point we'll probably have some crop on the other side of that road. And I don't really want to have to worry about, oh, I do have a crop on that side of the road, I forgot. So yeah, I do want to stay a little bit away from it. Now, this is going to be another pretty good sized field, but I think I'm going to outline the fields first, and then I will come back and I will plow up the interior part of it. Now, we could move up fairly close to the asphalt road right there, but I don't really need to. It's not going to be that critical. We're not worried that much about space for the field. The field's plenty big enough. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good sized field too, isn't it? It certainly feels like it's pretty big. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get one more field or two more fields. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this yet. But even if it's only two, it'll be okay. We don't need to be real close to trees and stuff like that. We don't want to get too close to all this stuff. And kind of follow the road. Now we're just going to come down this way. I don't need to be too close to the trees. We want to make sure we have room for our machinery to work. If we have to, we could always take some trees out just to give ourselves a little bit more space. But hopefully we won't have to do that. If we do, it's not that big a deal. I just don't like taking all the trees out. Like all the trees of one stand, I don't like taking them out, but I don't mind taking out some of them. Now this turned out to be a pretty good sized field. Okay, now that's got that field put in. I want to look and see, do I want to just put in one more field, or do I want to try to make 2 fields out of this? I don't know. One thing I'm going to do right here, I'm going to change that just to protect myself here. I think this is just going to be like 2 fields. I think it's going to be 2 fields. Let's go this way. Let's whoops. Let's go this way. I can change this top end right here a little bit after we get going. So we can come around like this. And we want to keep a little bit of distance. Because we don't want to get over there too close. If we get too close, we got problems with the helper. So now we're just going to run this down. I was going to try to put 3 fields in here. I think it's going to work out pretty good with 2 bigger fields though. And again, we'll just stay away from the trees. We don't need to be real close to the trees. We can always take some out if we need to. But I'll try to stay away from them for the most part. You know, we don't want to get too close to the road, because we may end up putting a field across the road there. We'd have to do a lot of timber work though, so I don't really want to do a lot of that. But we can still stay away from the road a little bit. Don't need to be right on top of it. Now we will have to figure out kind of how I'm going to connect this when we get up here. See, we can put fields across there. So I don't want to get too close to that road, but if I leave the same kind of spacing on the other side when I put a field over there, then I should have enough space between them. Up here can be a problem. It can actually be a real problem because I am kind of close together. I do kind of have these fields close together. I really don't want them real close together. So we're going to kind of just stay out this way. Stay out this way a little bit, like this. And then we will bring this more like this. Yeah. More like that right there. Okay. Now, I want to look at something. Look at that. Look at the shape of those fields. But that's okay. All right. Now we just got to finish cutting them out. And it's too bad I can't hire a helper. But it won't let you hire a helper. So I don't know that we'll plant these on this live stream. We'll see, but I don't think so. I think I'm just going to get them plowed in. And then I'll go back to 2 days a month. So when I come back on the next episode, we'll get these planted. We'll see. I don't know. Depends on how I'm feeling. Right now, I'm not really feeling tired. I'm okay. But I'm thinking I want to do another live stream later tonight also. So I think if I get these fields cut out right here, and then I will go into the settings and I'll set us up for 2-day months for the time being. I may not have to do that though. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes to get all this stuff plowed up. It'll take a while. Plus I know my hands are going to be hurting by the time I get done. So who knows? I may only get one field done for this stream, and then on the next stream finish the other field and get both fields planted. So now we just go around circle after circle after circle till we can get this done. It would be nice if it could work faster. Now we've got some big, all this land over here. We can buy that too eventually, but it's a lot of different plots. It's a big section. So I don't know that that's where I'm going to go next. Well, it's not. We're going to go up to the top of the map. I still have like 2 plots of land I want to buy up there. And then we'll just turn around and go back this way. Why not? Change the scenery. Go back the other way. I'm not sure what crops I want to put over here either, guys. I don't know if I want to do arable crops here. I actually could put canola. And use our current canola field for corn or sunflowers, so that we have corn and sunflowers up there side by side. I think that's what I'll do, because my corn header is up by the main yard, where our corn/sunflower field is at right now. So I think I'll make one of these 2 fields canola, but I'm not sure which one. And then the other one can just be like it can be barley, wheat, sorghum, oats, whatever I need it to be at the time. Oops. And catch that right there. Don't want to leave it. Now again, these fields are going to be hard for a helper to work, because they're not, they're not square edges. Welcome or welcome back. Cut in a couple of new fields right here. Just got the outlines for them. You can see the outline of our new fields here. And then we've got this smaller one here that we're working on. I'm probably going to put canola up here in this field. And then we can take the canola field right here, and we'll do either corn or sunflowers. And we'll do the other one, either corn or sunflowers here. So these will be corn and sunflowers up here. And then this will be our new canola field. I'm not sure what we'll put down here. So I'm going to try to get both of these fields cut in during this live stream, and then on the next live stream I will get them planted. because I want to do another live stream later tonight. But I've got some things to take care of here at the house. So that is probably how I'm going to do it. I'm probably going to just get the rest of this field plowed up, get that big field plowed up right there, and then I'll bring this live stream to a close, this episode, and then do another one later, a little later tonight, and get both of them planted. I had thought about trying to do 3 fields in this area, but once I got to started plowing it up, trying to get that borders, it just seemed like doing 3 fields was going to make them too small, or smaller than what I really wanted them to be. We do have a couple of small fields, and I don't want to just do all big fields, but I could do bigger fields. So I was going to put 3 in this area, but 2 seemed to be the right number once I got started with it. And these are not going to be crops that we want to sell. They're going to be crops that we store in our silo. Because that's the main objective on this particular map, is to fill up those 2 silos, the silo and the silo extension. That's 100 million liters of grain. And we're not even close to that yet. We're not even close to 1 million, much less 100 million. So it doesn't matter if we have some big fields. And then, like, every 4th time that we do these fields, we are going to do soybeans. So we'll end up with a good amount of money too, but some of the soybeans we're gonna put in our silo, because we want soybeans in there too. We don't want to sell all of them. But that is our main cash crop. Because we gotta buy our potato harvester and all that stuff too. The planter and everything. We gotta buy all our potato stuff. I've got a couple more plots of land that I want to buy before I do the potatoes. So we'll be harvesting and selling more soybeans before we get to the potatoes. And they will not be in one of these fields. They're going to be in a field at the top of the map, but I probably could go cut that one in, to be honest, but I don't want to do that yet. I don't need to do that yet. So for those who do watch the live stream, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you haven't already subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. It's a little tiny channel. It's not going to hurt any algorithms for anybody else. Well, it seems like it takes a long time when I can't hire a helper. And you cannot hire a helper for this part. They won't do this task. Now this part is kind of boring. More so for me, simply because I'm having to do it myself. So it makes my hands hurt, and I just want it to be over with. But it's not over with. And then of course I'll have to figure out what's the best way to do the harvesting and stuff like that. What's going to be the best way to send a helper. I'll try to figure that out when I start planting. Because right down there in that bottom corner right there might be a good place to start. I'll just have to make a headland row around it, but you can see, I'm going to hop out right here for a second. We can see the direction that so maybe if we start right here, this might be the place to start, right here. I think that's what I'm going to try to do. We'll see, but I think that's what I'm going to try to do. If I start down there like I'm thinking about, well, I'd like to be running, actually, let me look at something. I might actually run from up there. We'll see. I'm not sure. I am not sure how I'm going to do it. I'll probably end up trying a couple of different ways. Because it would be pretty cool if I could actually get it over there too, but that might not work out too well. I'm not sure. All right, getting closer to at least having one field done. Let's see. I'm looking forward to the next time we do our big soybean field. After we did the expansion on it, to see if we actually do hit the $1 million mark. I'm hoping it turns out that way. Because I don't think I can expand that field any more than what it is. Yeah, I do make some of this stuff hard on myself by putting all the curved edges on fields. It makes it a little bit more difficult for the helpers. Now, I'm just thinking, maybe what I will do is I will go get the cedar and I can go ahead and plant something in this field while I am actually plowing up the other field, plowing all the grass out of it because it's bigger. So I think maybe that's what I'll do. I'll get a couple of I'll do a couple of headland rows around this field with the cedar. We'll put oats down here for now. I'll do oats. I have another field I just put oats in, but that's okay, it doesn't matter. I could do soybeans as a first crop. But I don't really need to do soybeans. I mean, every fourth time I want to do soybeans, so every field will grow soybeans on a rotation, just because it is a cash crop. Wow, taking a long time. Taking a long time. Now I run out of things to talk about, guys, when all I'm doing is just doing this. We're getting closer to having this one plowed in anyway. Oh boy, getting closer. Getting closer. Yeah, we're definitely going to get the seeder and start planting this field before I go up and start plowing up grass in the other field. Because I can get the helper going and give my hands a little bit of a break. They're getting very, very sore. Thankfully, I'm only having to hold one button down to do this. Well, let's see here. Another 10 minutes? Well, maybe not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes to get this finished off. See, if I try to work right on the edge of stuff, I mess up. So I always I'm always better off just letting things overlap a little bit. And I would think that by now, I've played the game enough that I ought to be a little bit better at controlling, but I'm not. See, one little wobble from going too fast. Yeah, I do wish you could hire a helper to do this part once you get the headland row cut in. They should be able to do this. I've been trying to think to myself here, guys, how exactly am I going to get my my planter started, or my seeder? I mean, I know how, but what direction do I want to try to work in? I think I have an idea of what I want to try to do, see if it works. So I will have to make one headland row all the way around. Another nice big field, ready to be planted. I need to come right here like that, and then I'm going to go ahead and back up and get this part. And thankfully the plow works in reverse. Now I'm going to turn that off right now. We'll turn it back on here in a minute. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go get this cedar back out. I didn't think I was going to be using this anymore this episode, but I think I want to get this guy started planting in the field we just created while we go finish creating the other field. This guy can be working once we get it set up. Now, I'm just trying to think. I need to go up this way. Yeah. All right, come on. 10 miles an hour up this hill. You can tell it's straining, but you can't feel the strain, but you actually, in a way, you almost can, because it's going so slow. That's a 32 mile an hour max speed. So it feels like a big strain when it's trying to pull up that hill. Now what I'm going to do over here is I am going to start right here, and we're going to go all the way around this field, and that is oats. So we'll plant this field in oats this time. I'm okay with that. So we want to run one, maybe two headland rows. Just to make sure we have enough space between this field and our soybean field there on the other side of that road. Because we don't want this guy to go out there and start planting. I think we'll be okay. But we're going to go all the way around. One time. I think we want to start over here. So we'll come back down to this point right here. So we will we'll go all the way around, all the way back around to this point again. And then we'll start back there and let this guy go. And then while this guy's working, we'll go work on the other field, plowing it up. But I don't know that I don't think we'll get it planted on this episode. We'll probably plant it in the next episode. Really, the only reason I'm going to plant this one in this episode is because I figured I can do it. I can let the helper do it while I'm plowing up the other field. Since I can't use the helper on that part, I have to do that part myself. We can have two different things going at the same time. Wow, going slow. Going pretty slow. 4 miles an hour. 3 miles an hour. Wow. Is that really that steep? It is pretty steep hill, isn't it? Wow. Is this thing even going to be able to pull this thing up the hill? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 2 miles an hour. Oh no. I certainly was not expecting that. It's probably because the tractor doesn't have a lot of horsepower. I probably should buy some large tractors with big horsepower. Then they can pull this equipment better. So I may have to look into that too. Because I believe this is a medium tractor. I think all the tractors I have are medium. Yeah, but see, look, man, this is like, it's way too slow. I can't work at this speed. How am I supposed to work at this speed? 2 miles an hour. And it's uphill going that way too, man. It's just a strain. Oh, we hit 5 miles an hour. Briefly. Now this I was not anticipating. I could probably use the plow, clean this edge up just a little bit better. Right here in this curve right here. I don't really like that, but I need to like come across the edge right there just a little bit right here, clean that up just a little bit more. But I won't worry about that right now. It's not critical. I like for stuff to look good though. Even though it's not square, we have curved edges. I like for the curve to actually kind of look nice. Not to be too messed up looking. And that is a little bit messed up looking back there in that corner. Most of them I have pretty good, actually. Ooh. Well, at least now it's working at 7 miles an hour. At least for a moment. Now we're going to go all the way back down. All the way back down to that bottom corner way out there. Actually over that way. And then we will be able to turn this thing loose. And we'll ride along for a couple minutes so I can let my hand rest before I start plowing on the other field. Is this? I think maybe what I want to do really is just start right here and let this thing start going back and forth. Is that the way I wanted it? No, that's not how I wanted to do it. This is how I want to do it. So let's pull that off of there. Let's get back around this way. I want to go this way. Right here. The helper can't even pull it. The helper can't even pull this thing. What is the problem? What is the problem? Seriously? Is that steep that it won't that it won't? Unbelievable. I've never had that happen before. So, there you go. Come on. Come on. Pull it up the hill. Pull it up the hill. Okay, this is not going to be good. This is not going to be good. If it's going to have that much trouble, oh my gosh, I definitely need to buy a bigger tractor. I definitely need to buy a bigger tractor. So I may not want to start on this end. I may want to start up there somewhere. I'm going to let him turn around, and I'm going to see how if he struggles a whole lot to get started again. I may go up here and start up at the end of that, right by those trees up there. If I start right here, I might could do that. Yeah, see, he's having so much trouble. I'm going to get rid of him. Let's see if we can do this. Let's try something different. Let's try going a different angle. I'm driving all over my crop. Thankfully, I have crop damage turned off. Let's see what happens if we go this way. We'll see how this works from this angle. And there may be no good way to do this either. Well, it's a little bit better. Not much. So it looks like it's going to be that way regardless of which direction I'm working in. It's going to have this angle that's really slow because it's working uphill. You can see you're working uphill. I didn't realize that was that steep though. I really didn't. Main thing is I just want this to be able to run. And then I can go up in get back on the plow. But I want to watch this for a couple minutes. I got to let my hand rest for a minute. My hands hurt so bad right now. So I got to stretch it out and kind of work out some of that stiffness. I have such bad arthritis in my hands. Alright, well, we're just going to have to let that go to work back there by itself, see what it can do. Let's go back to create fields. Let's start plowing. I want to get this field plowed up. I don't think I'll get it planted. But you never know. I might just go ahead and I might stick with it long enough to get it planted. I'm undecided yet. And we'll flip back and forth between here and our helper. We just got to keep an eye on the helper. Make sure it doesn't miss any spots that we have to go back and get. I probably should use this tractor. You know what I want to do? I want to go right here. Yeah, see, all I have are medium tractors. So I have this one, 305 horsepower. That's 264, 171, 190. So here's what I should do. I'm going to leave that sit here for a second. I'm going to fire that guy. I'm going to leave that sit right there. And you'll see why here in just a minute, guys. I think we're going to try to speed this process up. I'm going to try to get somebody in here who can do the job faster. So we're going to take this one back. We'll take this guy back over to the yard. We're going to grab another tractor. Oh. We're going to grab another tractor. I think that's our Fenton. Is that the Fenton? Yeah, McCormick. I think McCormick is... Oh, it's not the Fetor. Okay. So this one is the one that has our sunflower and corn stuff on it. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check that. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. Okay. Let's go get our other tractor. And hopefully it's going to pull that cedar up the hill faster. If it doesn't pull the cedar up the hill faster, then I kind of wasted my time going over here and getting it. But it has more horsepower, so it should be able to pull up a hill faster. And I don't know what the recommended horsepower was for this thing. 270. 270, and we have how much on our blue tractor? 190. See? So yeah, we're underpowered for that cedar with this tractor anyway. It'll pull it on flat ground. It works pretty good. We'll hop out of that one and we're going to get in this one. And we're going to take this one over there. It's got the most horsepower. So I am hoping that it's going to do a better job with this cedar. Now, one thing I want to do, I want to be able to, I really wish like I could get in a vehicle like this, and then when I get out and I go, the next vehicle I get in is the next vehicle in the lineup, but it's not. See, that's aggravating because I have to flip through a bunch of them. I can't just go back and forth between the two. I have to go through a bunch of them. Now let's see. I guess we can just come all the way down this way. Put a helper back in it. Let them go. 10 miles an hour, 11 miles an hour. The question is, how fast will it work pulling uphill once it gets turned around? Let's see how it works out. I probably ought to go check those rocks over in that neighborhood over there and look for some, look for a collectible. There's probably one over there somewhere. I haven't checked any of that out. Now let's see what kind of speed we get with the bigger tractor. Already better, 5-6 miles an hour. So that's better than the 3. Well, now all right. There we go. Back at it. It's going to take a while to get this plowed up. It's a bigger field than the one we just finished. I really hope I can leave that helper unattended down there in that field and it'll actually do what I need it to. I don't want to have to just stay right with it all the time. This field is bigger than what it seems like it is because it goes all the way out to that tree down there. like I was saying earlier, I had thought I would put 3 fields, but then when I kind of got to looking at it, it seemed like to do 3 fields, they would be kind of a little bit smaller than what I really wanted them to be. So I decided just to go with 2. This is going to be a nice sized canola field. It'll be nice to have a nice big canola field. Of course, we're not growing canola to sell, but we could sell it if we wanted to. But I don't think we'll need to. Not if we work the rotation out the way I'm planning on doing it, then because every 4th time planting will be soybeans. I do want to be able to fill up our tractor trailer with I want to be able to fill it 250,000 liters and then sell it and see how much money we get. We should get close to $3 million. Maybe not quite 3 million, but close to it. Now, before I go any further, I want to go check, see how this guy's doing. Still going. Does it look like it's missed anything? No, I don't see any discoloration up there, so it looks like it's still doing okay. So we'll just go on back over here. Now I will have to look at the angle that the helper is working in when it gets up closer to this edge of the field, of that field down there. We should be okay, because I think it's basically working in this direction somewhat. I don't want it pulling out in this other field, so if it pulls out past the grassy area, then it can mess up this other field. So we really got to pay attention to that. That's why I have to experiment some with the direction that I want to send it when it's doing its work, the helper. I'm glad we only have to do this one time, guys. And for everything else, we can use a helper. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Oh my goodness. One thing about it, when we're doing this particular job right here, plowing in a new field, we can always just keep going forward. We don't have to like get to the end of a row and turn around, which takes up extra time, so I'm glad for that anyway. We really have to figure out what direction I want to work in when it comes to having a helper work this field. I need to be able to use the helper down here where the two fields kind of, you know, come together down here where they're close together. I need to have that helper work in a direction where it's not pulling out into that grass. But it's going to make it difficult because of the curvature that I have in the field. So I need to be working in this direction like this. But it can't really work in that direction. Well, it can't work in that direction and finish the field without help. So it's going to have to work in a different direction. And I haven't figured out what direction that's going to be yet. Alright, let's make sure this guy hasn't missed any spots. No, don't look like he has. I don't see anything back there that looks discolored. So we'll go ahead. We just got to keep an eye on it. That way, if he does miss something, we can go back and catch it before we get too far away. See, I'm thinking on this field, we may have to start like right here in this corner and work that way. But that's not going to work out too good for us either. So, I'm undecided. Because I got curves in the edges of the field. They're not straight, so it makes it really hard using helpers. So we might have to start up on this end. It depends. I got to look and see actually what this end of this field is doing. See, if I start right there, it's still not going to work. Okay, so that won't work. I'm going to have to start all the way back over here. It looks like I'm going to have to start up here. And that might work if I start up this way. So I think that's what I think I'm going to have to start down here on this end of this field when I put in a helper. I just want to look back this way behind me. Yeah, see that's... Yeah, I'm probably going to have to start down here on this end as far as turning the helper loose and let it work. I want to raise that up for a second. See, I think I'm going to have to start like this right here and let it work this way. Do I want it to work this way? If it works that way, no, I don't think so. I think I've got to work it this way, like this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to take. Okay, so all the way on the top side, right where these trees are and that road, and then we'll just start coming right on that angle right there. All right, I know where I'm going to start at, and we can find that out with the cedar and see how well it works, and just go from there. That's really not the right angle either, though, because it's going to miss a bunch of stuff up here. So that may, oh man, I don't even know. I don't know what I'm going to do, guys. This field has just enough of an odd shape to it to where I'm not seeing any place where I feel like I can really start and it will actually cover the whole field. So I just may have to try to find a different direction from down here somewhere. Yeah, somewhere down in here. That's not really the right direction though. I think I'm going to have to really start from here. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I just don't know, guys. I don't know what's going to be the best way to start this. Maybe right here? Well, what are you doing going that way? Maybe like right here on this corner, going like in this angle right here. If I'm going this way, like this, that might work. That might work as long as I don't end up going in that field. We'll try it. We'll see. If we start down here in this corner, we'll see. That's where we're going to start. We're going to try it from there first. The first time, and we'll see how it works out. But I will have to put in a headland row all the way around first. And then we'll come back down to this corner. And we'll try and see what happens. I'm trying to figure out the angle I need to work at so that it can do that end of the field over there, but still be able to get like this part. Because it's the way it's shaped, and the helpers only work in straight lines. So you really have to figure out the angle. And sometimes there is no angle. You have to go in there and manually get the helper lined out at different spots. Now we have to do that over here. If you see that kind of light green tree right out over there at the top center of the screen right there, that's an island out there in that field. So we have to help the helpers work their way around that. It's like an oasis out there in the middle of that field. I call it an island. But it's more like an oasis, really. Seeing as how there's no water around it. But we have to help the helper there. For the most part, every place else I kind of have a direction worked out to where I can let the helpers work, and they will pretty much do their job on their own. Well, I have to help them some. I have to keep an eye on them. But there is a direction in which I can let them work, and they'll actually be able to do the whole field. With the exception of, like I said, around that thing right there, you can see how it's just right out in the middle of our crop. There's no way a helper can figure out how to work around that thing, so I have to help it. Now, it won't be too much longer, guys, before we start a new series on Elm Creek. I mean, we're going to keep playing this one too, but I want to, you know, get a new map going to Elm Creek. Oops. I like the Elm Creek map. I have played on it before, and it has all the production chains already on it. I just have to buy the stuff. So we'll start it, and we'll start out as new farmer on it also. It doesn't matter whether you start this game as a new farmer, a farm manager, or start from scratch. It doesn't really matter, because once you hire a helper, you have become a farm manager. Now, like when I started this map, I originally started at new farmer. But you only get $100,000. And I was like, okay, I want more money than that. So I had done one episode. So I restarted it in farm manager mode. And I brought everything back up to exactly where it was. So when I started the second episode, everything was the same as where I had ended the first episode, but instead of being in new farmer mode, I had redone everything, and I was in farm manager mode, which gave us $1.5 million. But I was trying to sell the sheds and the farmhouse, and I wasn't able to. And I couldn't figure out why. I could not figure out why I could not sell the farmhouse, and why I could not sell the sheds. So I started over again, back in new farmer mode, and brought everything back up to where I had ended the first episode. So I personally played the first episode 3 times. Just to end up back where I started from, with episode 2 being back in new farmer mode. And I realized later on, while I was actually doing episode 2, I realized that the reason I was unable to sell the farmhouse and the sheds was because in farm manager mode, I didn't own the land. I totally forgot that in farm manager mode, you don't start out with a plot of land. All the equipment and stuff like that was still there. As far as the farmhouse and everything was concerned, it was all there. But I didn't own it. And it didn't dawn on me that that's what was going on until after I had gone back for the 3rd time, put it back in new farmer mode, and brought everything back. And I did all that off camera, brought everything back to where episode 1 ended. So I was going to make a change, but then I wasn't able to. And then I realized why I wasn't able to. But so we started out with $100,000. Of course, we bought some stuff since then, sold a couple things. I still have most of the same starting equipment though. I think the only things that I've sold that were starting equipment was the header for my harvester, because I bought the modded header, so I just sold the other one, the original one. But anyway, yeah, that was kind of, I could not figure out why I couldn't sell my stuff. But I kind of like starting in new farmer mode. I mean, the farm manager mode is, if you want cash, that's good, because you start out with a good amount of cash. But I will probably start Elm Creek in new farmer. I probably will not do farm manager mode. Like I said, it doesn't matter which mode you start in. You are going to be a farm manager unless you do everything yourself. But if you hire a helper, as soon as you hire a helper, you have become a farm manager. And boy, don't I wish I could be a farm manager right now and hire a helper. Oh my goodness, my hand's almost numb from holding on to this controller and this R2 button on PS5 controller. Thankfully, that's the only button I need to use. I got to use the left stick for steering, but occasionally the L2 button so I can back up. But still, my hand's almost numb. Okay. Now, before we continue, I want to go back over here just to see where we're at. I don't see any spots that look missed. Let's take one pass with this guy. Let's ride over there. I got to give my hands a break for a second, guys. So we'll ride a pass with this guy. Just make sure he hasn't missed anything up on the other end. I gotta stretch my hands out for a minute. Well, it's looking like everything has been covered. It doesn't look like he missed anything. Yeah, it looks like he's covered everything so far. So that's good. So we just got to remember we start way down there in that corner down there. Okay, well, it seems to be working, so we'll get back at this. My hand is hurting bad, but I want to get this done. Because really, I'm thinking that by the time I get this done, he might be done with that field. Yeah, this field's going to be a little tough. Just because I just don't know where to start on this particular guy. I think it's going to have to be all the way down in that corner. I think that's where it's going to have to be, all the way down in the corner towards where the two fields come together. It looks to me like that's going to be the best way. All we can do is start it and let it work and see if it's going to actually work for us the way I want it to. But it'll be a little while before we're ready to find out. Now I've seen a lot of people make their videos and stuff. They use time lapse and stuff like that when they're doing this part. And some of them have some pretty cool videos. Most of them put their time lapses to music, you know. And those are pretty cool. I don't have the ability to do that. Plus, you can't really do time lapsing when you're doing live streaming. And I have made videos before this game. I had put them on a different channel just to test it out because I didn't know how all that stuff worked with PlayStation. I had PS4 then, and even at that time I was wanting to do live streaming, but I don't know, maybe I could have with the PS4, I don't know. But I bought a PS5, and my son-in-law in Texas was, he's the one that showed me how to do the live streaming and stuff through the PlayStation, which is interesting because YouTube will not let you live stream until you have like 1,000 subscribers and a whole bunch of videos. I'm not really sure exactly what the prerequisites are, but I think 1,000 subscribers was one of them, and then a certain number of videos or something like that. They make it difficult, but if you go through the PlayStation, then you can actually do live streaming. And that's really why I'm playing games on my channel, because I never intended for my channel to become a gaming channel, but I just didn't have enough consistent kind of stuff I could do to make videos and put on here, and I could not do live streaming. And I want to do live streaming because I would like to have an active chat so I can chat with people. That has not worked out real well so far. I have had a couple people come in and chat. One of them was somebody who plays this game and also does live streaming of this game. And they were the first person to subscribe to my channel after I started putting the gaming videos on here. I did have, I had subscribers, not very many, I still don't have very many, but I had some subscribers, but my channel just wasn't active. I didn't have anything I could make videos of consistently. Every once in a while I might. It actually had been quite a while since I had posted any videos. I just didn't have anything to make videos of. I don't own a car, so it's rare that I get out of the house. When I do now, I take a public transit bus, which I'm absolutely amazed that they do have in this area where I live. But they got, due to COVID, they were able to get grants. They were able to get some federal grants. So they now let us have, we get free transportation. So I utilize that. Anytime I need to go someplace, that's what I have to use because I don't have a car. Makes it a little tricky when you're grocery shopping and stuff. I have to take the bus to the grocery store about once a week. I'm not really used to doing that. Not here anyway. I used to have access to a vehicle, but now I don't, so Wow. Still got a long way to go. Now when we get back down to the bottom, we will once again check in on our helper, see how they're doing. Make sure we don't see any spots they've missed. Now I've mentioned a couple times before, like I have my YouTube channel pulled up on, let's jump over here and check our helper, guys. I have my YouTube channel pulled up on my laptop, sitting here beside me, so I can monitor chat. And it's got a delay. It's about 5 or 6 second delay from what I see on my TV from the PlayStation itself and the rendering onto YouTube. It's about a 6 second delay. I want to make sure we haven't missed anything over here, guys. Should be okay. Pretty sure this guy's going to be finished before we get the rest of that grass plowed up. And that's okay. I kind of want that. That's kind of why I decided to go ahead and start this seeder, because I figured it can run while I'm doing something else. Okay, so it has not missed anything, so we can go back at it. I do want to keep an eye on it, on our helper, because I'll show you why here in just a second. Well, more than a second, but we got to go around this curve up here. Let's see if we can see where he's over there in that corner right there. My concern is it'll pull out. I will have to start keeping an eye on it, that it's going to pull across the grass, that I didn't leave enough space. And that it will pull across that grass. Hopefully I did, because I put the headland row in it. So hopefully that will keep it from pulling out into this field and start planting over here. But it could do that. So I do need to pay attention to that. One thing I was going to mention, I have my laptop sitting here beside me so I can monitor my YouTube page, so I can monitor chat really. But on this page it tells me, like it tells me how many people are watching. Right now it says two watching. One of those is me, because one of those is my laptop. But it says 2 watching, and then it says started streaming 3 hours ago. But it's actually more than 3 hours. But it doesn't tell me how much more. It doesn't give me the minutes. It only gives me the number of hours. It starts out telling you how many minutes until you get 119 minutes And then when you hit the 120, it switches and says 2 hours. And then it just goes to 3 hours, then 4 hours. And I wish that timer would give me the hours and minutes. Not that it's like critically important. I just wish it would do that. I feel like we're making a little bit of progress here because we've got this end right here just about completed, where both sides are coming together. When we get down here at the bottom, we will have to check our helper. I'm really hoping it'll be okay with because I've got that one headland row. So I'm really hoping that gives me enough distance between the two fields that it's not going to be a problem, but we'll see. I need to follow along with it. He's all the way down at the bottom of that over there, but we're going to have to follow along with it. I guess I can run over to the other side of the field though. It does feel good to be able to know that we are making progress here. Each time around takes less and less time. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, which is good. Now, as soon as we get over here, we'll stop and we'll go jump in with our helper for a minute. I got to give my hands a rest, guys. Just for a minute, and then we'll make another round. Now this is where I got to see what happens on this end up here. I've got to see what's going on. I don't know what it's doing to my live stream. Well, it didn't have no problem, but see how close it gets to that field right there? Ooh, that could be a problem over here, over this way. Boy, I'm hoping not. Let's try to go another round. Makes me nervous not keeping an eye on that helper. If it was to pull over in this field and start planting, I can plow it back up. So if it's going to do that, I would rather it do it now before I have a crop in this field and that I know it's going to be a problem, so I can try to figure something out for the future. But if it doesn't have any problem, then I'm okay with starting down there in that corner. I probably should have gave it like 2 headland rows though. I should have done 2 instead of 1. Just to give it a little more separation from this field. So I think I'll do that next time. As long as I don't look up and turn around and see that helper over here in this field, that's what has me concerned. Because I know they will do it. I know they will cross over. So far this one has not. He's going back the other way, so he's not over here in this field. Oh, I'd be so disappointed if he ended up over here in this field. I mean, I know I can remedy that just by actually doing multiple headland rows. So I know the solution. You just have to make sure you have enough distance between the 2 fields. So if I do some of the work myself on the end of the field that butts up against this one, then it'll be fine. But this is a good time to find out if one headland row is going to be sufficient. I'll probably do 2 in the future anyway. Don't know what it's doing. Well, like I said, I'm just not real sure on this field where I want to start at. I don't have a good feel for what direction I should be working, what angle I should be working. Whoa, almost missed that weed right there. Oh, my hands are so tired. Okay, helper is still over in that field. That's good. That's where I want him to stay. And thankfully this is getting smaller and smaller. Sorry, guys. Now, at some point, guys, I may try to look into how I can do multiplayer with subscribers. I don't know how to do multiplayers right now, and I think in order to do multiplayers, you have to have the same equipment. You have to, you have to use all the same stuff. So you have to make sure you have the same mods installed and stuff like that. At least I heard somebody mention that kind of stuff. Sorry guys, had to yawn. It's 3:15 in the afternoon where I live. I will be glad when this part is over. Of course, even when we start putting seed down, I'm going to have to do some of the work myself, at least to get it started anyway. And then hopefully we can turn the helper loose, let the helper do some, so my hand can take a break. See, putting that one headland row in right there, yeah, that helped me a lot. That keeps him from pulling out farther. So that's very good. And he's going to be able to, oh, shoot, he don't have very much to go, does he? A few passes, and he'll be done. And that's good. It'll be done, and it'll be sitting there waiting for us. When we get this part done. And I guess I may go ahead and try to get this planted. Thankfully, I'll be able to let the helper do most of it. And we'll just ride along. And if it looks like I'm going to run out of time as far as the game clock is concerned, I can always turn it down to 0.5 so it runs slower. I used to always play that way when I just was making some videos or just playing off camera. I would turn the game clock to 0.5 so I could actually play for 2 hours for every in-game hour. And I like that. That was pretty cool because it actually gave me twice as much time to be able to get things done for one in-game day. Hello, welcome, or welcome back. We're still doing the same thing, plowing up grass. We do have a helper in our other field, and he's just about done. In fact, he might be done. No, not quite. He's got one pass left and then he will be done. Actually, there's not one little tiny strip right here. Nice. And then we'll just let him sit over here until we're ready. And we'll let this guy finish up. And then we're just going to pull right out this way like this. Leave him sit there for now. And we'll get the rest of this grass plowed up. It won't take a whole lot longer now. And then we'll go ahead and we'll put some canola in this field, since I can actually use the helper to do it. I don't think there's any way I could actually do it the whole field myself planting, because my hands would just hurt too much. Oh, got a little bit crazy. A little bit crazy there. Now, one of these days I might buy a PlayStation camera. I don't know if there's other kind of cameras you can use with the PlayStation, but I do know they make a PlayStation does make a camera. I don't have one. And I'm not really wanting it so I can put my picture up here on the game. I don't really want to do that. I want to use it in a different way. I don't know if I can. I'll have to like check with my son-in-law the next time I go to their house, which will be like the end of October. I usually go there for Halloween. Last year I went for Christmas. Actually, last year I went twice. I took my daughter that I live with here. I took her to Texas. It was her first time ever being on an airplane. So I took her with me to Texas and we stayed there. 4th of July, we stayed there for a week. But I usually go there, and then I went back for Christmas this year, or Christmas of 2023, this past Christmas. But normally I go there for Halloween. Last year I did Thanksgiving. I went there for, well, last year, see. In 2023, I went there for Christmas. In 2022, I went there for Thanksgiving. But generally speaking, I go there for Halloween. And right now, the plan is that my son will come have Halloween with us there too, this year. So I hope that works out. Oh, I'm so glad to see that we're almost done with this. Almost done with it. Ah, very good, very good. Almost done. Wow. That's a lot of field creating. Ah, awesome. All right. Now, let's take this guy home. Let's just take it home before we start the planter or seeder. Before we start planting seed. And in case you're wondering, this is a road that I put in. It goes from the dealership right to the entrance to the farm. So I just put this in here myself once I bought this land. That way we don't have to take the hardtop road all the way around. We just cut across the hill. Now I want to stop right here. We got refueled, but we want to go over here. We want to repair, yes. Repair, yes. Now that's all taken care of. And we'll just go park this thing back over here. We want to put the plow right here, because we don't use it. We're not going to be using a plow until we're ready to there we go. Now what we'll do is we'll just put this back on the cultivator. And then we're going to come over here. We're just doing this while we're here. And we'll go ahead and put this back on there like that. And now we can go back over to, wait a minute. Okay. Now we'll go right here. We're going to go down this way. We're going to start over on this corner. Like this. Now, what we want to do, canola. Now we're just going to do this. We're going to plant canola. But we're going to go up here. We're going to do this. We're going to do two headland rows across this end. So we're going to go to other side of the field right here, and then we're going to turn around and come back on this bottom edge. And then we will go one time all the, well actually, yeah. I'm going to turn around and come back. Because I want to make sure I stay away from that field right there. I don't want to take any risk. I don't want to take any risk. So we're going to come all the way out like this. And then we will turn around and come back this way. And that'll make sure I have enough space. Now I'm wondering if I want to just go ahead and let this thing go when I get back down here to this corner, or if I want to actually take a run all the way around the field. I think I'll take one run all the way around the field. My hands are getting so sore, but I think maybe I can handle one run around all the way around back to this corner again, and then we will turn the helper loose. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, I'm going to do one row around myself, all the way back around to that corner. This is the first time I've been around the field in this direction. Whoops, getting a little bit funky right there. Oh. It is going to be nice to be able to let that helper go, so I can set this controller down. The headland row up around here is not as critical as down on the bottom end, but it's still good to put it there. You saw before how like on the other field when it got up to the asphalt road there, it would back up into the road and then say it was done. It had completed its task when it hadn't. So if you put in a headland row or two, depending on how much grass you leave behind, then you create your own space. That way you don't get too close to the road and everything, because it can just be a problem. It's not always a problem, but it can be a problem. So I like to try to make sure I can stay a little ways away from it. Actually, usually I plow a little bit closer to the roads. I left a little bit more grass this time. Well, we're almost all the way around one time. Oh, back up. Just to make sure I have that part covered right there. It looked like it missed a little bit. Yeah, this is going to be pretty good like this. This will make sure that I can let this guy go. And I know it's going to be far enough away from that other field. I will not have to worry about it pulling out there, because this is 3 headland rows on this side, and that's good. I mean, I knew it was going to end up that way. It's kind of why I decided to go the way I did. Because now when we get down here, we actually can just let this guy go. I do not have to worry about it pulling out into the other field. Now, can it actually do the entire field working on this direction? I don't know if it can. We're going to find out, because we want to send it right here like this. Now I can put that controller down for a minute. Nice. Oh, that feels good to be able to set that thing down. Oh, my hands are stiff. Now I have no clue how long it's going to take this guy to do this field. Probably another hour anyway. But maybe if we're working on that angle right there, we can get the whole field. I don't know if we can or not. I should be going back and forth this way, but I don't think that'll work. So I'm hoping that all the angles work out just right, that by starting it this way, it works out just right. I'm gonna let you guys ride along with this guy for a minute with the helper. I've got to take a bathroom break right quick. So I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back, guys. Now I can just relax for a little bit. And we'll all just ride along with this guy because I have everything else taken care of. Everything else is done. This is the only thing we got left to do. Let's get this field planted. Have us a nice big canola field going. Sorry, guys. Now this field will take a while. I just hope this angle works out okay. I'm not convinced that it is going to, but it might. We'll see. I don't know if it can get around this curve and catch everything. If it doesn't, then I'll just have to catch it myself. And then everything else it'll be able to catch. Except maybe up at the top end up there. I might have to help it up there too. We'll see. That'll be a while before we get there. It'll be quite a while before we get there, actually. I bet it takes another hour. Let's see, it's 3:48, so almost 3:50. Let me see what time it is when we get done. At least we're working at 10 miles an hour, which is nice. Now see, if I hadn't put that headland row around like this side, you can see how far out it has to pull. Well, if it had to pull that extra width of the cultivator, it would be across, the front end of that tractor would be across this little dirt road. And if there was a field over there, it might pull right out into that field and think that it's supposed to work in that field too, which doesn't make sense to me. But I've seen it happen many times. That's why I put in 3 headland rows down here, so it separates this field from the field we were just working in. So I know it's that field over there is protected, because this guy won't pull all the way over there. But they have surprised me in other places. I've left a much wider strip of grass down through here than what I have. Like when I played Calmlands on my PS4, I had real narrow strips of grass, kind of just wide enough for the tractor to fit on. But I had a lot of problems with them pulling out into other fields and stuff like that, because I wasn't putting enough headland rows around it and stuff. You know, I hadn't learned enough about the physics of the game and stuff like that. I kind of know what I need to do now. Oh, it feels so nice not to have that controller in my hand. And while that guy's working, let's pull up the map. Look at that. That field probably has about as much space as this one. They both look like pretty big fields. That looks nice, and then we're going to have this'll all be up here, will be done next. See, we own all that. I could buy some of this over here just so we could do some stuff up in here. So these might be the ones I buy next. Well, I got to buy the rest of this here first. And then I might buy some of this right here. These would be nice right here because they're small. See this small little section? Here's another small section. Oh, here's a real small section. Look here. We could farm this right here. This is a bigger area. So I'm not ready to do that one yet. But we could do like this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and finish off this one. So we got plenty of places we can go. I don't think I'll be farming this entire map, but at some point we might be. I don't know. Like I said, I do want to do Elm Creek, and we'll be starting that one soon. In fact, since I've already planted these 2 fields, I was going to do that in the next live stream, but I may start, because this is episode 20, so I may start Elm Creek on the next live stream. I might do episode 1 of Elm Creek, because I do want to play Elm Creek. It's a totally different type of map than this. So I think that's what I'll do. I think because I have this, both of these new fields will be planted by the end of this live stream, which I was not going to do that. I was just going to plow them. I wasn't going to plant them. But I realized that by the time I could have this one plowed, I could probably have the other one planted, and that it worked out that way. It was finished well ahead of time. So then I figured, well, I might as well just go ahead. I do have a couple of things to take care of. I could do that later. I could put in another hour and get this field finished. And then I think because I did that though, I do think I'm going to start Elm Creek on the next live stream. And then we'll just switch back and forth between maps. I'll do one live stream here on Calmlands, and I'll do a live stream on the Elm Creek. And start switching back and forth. And then at some point I may throw in my No Man's Land. I do have it started. Don't have a lot done on it. Or I may try to look for a different map entirely. That's the only 3 maps I've really played on is Elm Creek, this one, Calmlands, and No Man's Land. So it's the only 3 maps I'm familiar with. I would like to play other... I wanted to play SnowRunner, and I do have a couple of episodes of SnowRunner, I think 3. And I probably should go back and play, but it makes my hands hurt so bad trying to play that too. And I don't like doing like live streams. I don't want to do a live stream that's not going to be at least a couple hours long. I can make videos that are like an hour or just under an hour to be safe with PlayStation, because PlayStation only allows you 59 minutes and 59 seconds of recording time for making videos. Why? I don't know why they limit you like that, but they do. But so I decided a long time ago when I was making videos that I preferred to do live streams, because they can be as long as I want them to be. And like I said, it wasn't until my son-in-law in Texas showed me that I actually can make live streams going through PlayStation and live stream to my YouTube channel. So that's why, really that's why I'm doing gaming on here, because it's the only way I can do live streams. And I want to have the chat. Getting chat to be active, I don't know how to do that. I don't know where the people that are, I'm guessing the people that are in chat are watching me on YouTube. I don't know where people that are not in chat are watching me from. So that's all still a little strange to me. I don't understand that part of it. I don't know how some people are watching, but they're not involved in chat, unless they just don't want to be, maybe. That could be how it is. They don't want to participate in the chat. I don't know. I thought it automatically put you in the chat, but that may not be true. I thought it did, though. But like I said, I don't know how all that stuff works. I know how to start a live stream. And that's the main thing to me. I know how to start it, and I know how to end it. And that's about all I know how to do. I know I like chatting with people in chat. I try to talk, I guess, so that those who are watching and not participating in chat, you know, I guess you can figure out what's going on just by watching. You can pretty much look at the screen and see what we're doing. But you may not know what we're doing if you don't play the game. And I got used to talking. I'll tell you, when I was first experimenting with making the videos on my PS4, I got used to talking, and it was weird, because when I stopped making videos, because I was just doing it to learn about it and stuff, I had those videos posted on a different YouTube channel, which I later deleted. I didn't have any subscribers on it or anything like that. It was just learning how to do videos, how to post videos through the PlayStation and all that kind of stuff. And I had videos of Farming Simulator 22, and I think I had some videos, a couple of videos of the Snow Runner. But anyway, I forgot what I was going to say now. I know I was talking about just making... Oh, I got used to talking while I was making those videos. So once I stopped making those videos, once I deleted the YouTube channel that had those videos, and I quit making those videos, I found it very difficult for me to play the games off camera without wanting to talk. I got used to talking and describing what I was doing and stuff like that. So when I wasn't making videos anymore, I was still wanting to do the talking. So I was really glad to find out that I can do live streaming, because then I can start putting videos out again, because I like doing the talking. It's nice to have somebody to talk with, to have a two-way conversation, but for now I'm just going to talk to whoever happens to be watching the best I can. I'm not really an on-camera, on-microphone kind of person, but like I said, I kind of got used to talking while I was making those videos, so now it's hard for me to play a game without wanting to talk. Even though most of the time I really don't know what to say. I mean, I'm not used to talking to myself, and in one sense I am talking to myself because I'm the only one here, and at the moment there's nobody in chat as far as I can tell. And I do have one person watching besides myself on my laptop, and so I hope that my talking doesn't just bore that individual. I guess they're okay with it because they've stuck around a while. I think they've actually been in and out, but I have no way of knowing. But if you're watching, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Now, see, there's a slight problem. I'm going to have to catch this little area myself. I figured I might have to do some. I was hoping I wouldn't, but I was thinking I might. So, because I did have to, I'm going to go ahead and catch that part myself. And then I'll put the helper back at it. We'll get him lined back out. So we're going to fire that guy. I'm sure he appreciates that. And then we're just going to go catch this ourselves right here. I don't mind if this turns out to be the only part that I have to help the helper with. I wish I would have been over a little bit farther. I wasn't lined up real good. But I should be able to catch it all in one more pass. If not, then I'll do what I got to catch it all. Yeah, I'm going to have to come back. Now I'm going to use this thing to get rid of our tire tracks. Or at least most of them. And we're back to the helper. Now, for the most part, I think this guy might be able to finish out the whole field. Maybe at that top corner up there, I'm going to have to help out some again. But it should be able to run quite a bit now. Which will be nice. I know one of the things I'm going to have to do as soon as we get done with this right here, I got to go let my dog loose. I have the dog chained up right now because the UPS guy was coming today, and they won't deliver if the dog's loose. So I have a pit bull. Or I should say we have a pit bull. It's not really my dog, but it is because, you know, it's the family dog. But it's a pit bull, brindle colored. And it's still young. It's less than a year old still a puppy. It's getting big though. And the UPS guy will not come through the gate to make a delivery if the dog is loose. So when I know the UPS guy is coming, which I knew he was coming today, so I went out earlier and I put the dog on a chain. And the UPS guy can see that the dog is chained up, so, and it doesn't bark at him or nothing. It's not like a mean dog. It's very friendly, but you know, pit bulls have a reputation. I wouldn't mind having a Rottweiler. But this pit bull is pretty cool. I like it. I need to start working with it, start training it. It's been learning a little bit, but it's still a puppy. Like I said, it's only about 8 months old, so it's still a puppy. But it is learning some stuff. I've been able to work with it some, but it still likes to jump all over you. It still like chews anything it can get its teeth on, it'll eat it. So it's destroyed everything, destroyed my rose bushes, stuff like that, but I like it. It's a nice dog, I like it. But I have it chained up. I got to go out and let it loose. But it can stay that way for a while yet. It won't hurt it. It has water and food, so it's good to go. I'd like to build it. Sorry guys, got a yawn. 10 minutes after 4 in the afternoon where I live. I'd like to build a kennel back behind the house, but I have a heart condition, so I don't know that I'll be building any kennels. I may have to pay somebody to build one, but I would like for it to have one back there. But there's some special features that I want, and man, I live on Social Security, a small Social Security check, because I am retired. So it makes it hard to hire people to do stuff too, because I don't have a lot of money. But I would like to be able to get a kennel put in for the dog, because I don't like having the dog on a chain. So most of the time I just let it run around in the yard. The yard is fenced in, although this pit bull get very much bigger, it'll be able to jump that fence. It's a 4-foot fence, but it'll be able to jump that fence if it wants to. Because it can jump as high as the fence now. It just doesn't I don't think it could actually jump over it right now, but it can jump. When it jumps in the air, it will jump up high enough. I'll be glad when it gets a little bit more mature, so it doesn't jump on people all the time, because right now it'll knock the kids down, my grandchildren. It knocks them down, you know, and not because it's being mean to them. It wants to play with them, but you know, it's bigger than my 5-year-old granddaughter. So it knocks her down real easy. My grandson is big enough now. He's 8 years old, and he's big enough now that the dog can jump on him without knocking him down. But even like with my grandson, when the dog stands up on its hind legs and puts his paws up on him, his paws will be all the way up on my grandson's shoulders. But I've been trying to work with it a little bit. Not a whole lot, because like I said, it's still too young. It's a puppy, 8 months old, but it is learning like to sit. I can tell it sit, and it will sit, but it only sits for a couple of seconds, but it doesn't always sit either. But it is learning, so, and I do like it. It's a nice dog. I do like it. Now, this is a time when it would be nice for me to have 2 of these cedars like this, so I could be working from the other end of the field also, because really I would like to be working in that direction. That's the long run. So that's the direction I'd like to be working in. But I'm hoping that by going in this direction, I can get most of the field done without having to help the helper. I want the helper to help me, not me help the helper. But it is what it is. Oh, it seems like so far away, the end. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I bet we got an hour to go. And there's just nothing else for us to do. But that's okay. We got quite a bit accomplished on this live stream. Now let's watch this guy the next time he comes. I wasn't really paying attention to it. The next time he comes back over on this side, let's just see how close things are. I probably should have done 2 headland rows on this side too. I forgot there was another crop on the other side of that dirt road. And if you watch this after it's been posted as a video and you haven't subscribed to my channel, please give that a consideration. I'm a very tiny little channel. So subscribing to my channel is not going to mess up algorithms for any of the big channels that are making money and stuff. Of course, I'm not making any money doing this stuff. I'm just doing it for fun. Doesn't mean that one day there might not be an opportunity, which would be kind of cool. But I'm a long way from there. A long, long way from there. Now, I do want to see just how close we come to pulling out in our other field when we get over to the end down here. If I didn't have the headland row, we might be in trouble. And I almost was going to do this without putting that headland row all the way around the field. And had I done that, it might have been a mistake. Now, I just want to see how close we come to actually pulling out into that other field. Well, not really too close to it with the headland row, so that's good. Even without that headland row, it probably would be okay. I don't know if I want to take that chance though. I might could. Yeah, but I don't think I have to worry about it now. So all we can do is just ride along. But we will be able to get this finished before dark. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to or not, to be honest. I just didn't know how long it was going to take. But we got things done because we were able to plow this field, create this field, while we were actually planting the other field. And it saved so much time doing that. So I am glad I decided to go ahead and give that a shot. And it worked out well. Didn't have to do much with the helper down in the other field. Little bit of helping the helper in this field. That's okay. If that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. We got to help a little bit. I'm okay with that. I'm used to helping. I'm used to helping the helper. Now, the edges of these fields with this angle on it, it has a pretty kind of sharp angle. Sometimes the helper has a hard time figuring out where they're supposed to start. So I'm hoping that's not going to be the problem. It shouldn't, because I have the headland row in there. It should be able to figure it out, I hope. But we will have to pay attention. And even if it does it correctly this time, that doesn't mean it'll do it correctly next time. Usually when I'm not paying attention to it, that's when it wants to do it. It wants to mess up. If I'm not watching it, it'll mess up. Now, I was mentioning that my next live stream, I think I'm going to start a series on Elm Creek. But I don't know. I'm wanting to do another live stream later tonight. I may and I may not. I don't know for sure. This one's already been 5 hours, and we're not done yet. So this may turn out to be my longest live stream so far, because we may be right at 6 hours by the time it's done. And if it is, it is. I mean, that's okay. But I don't know if I'll get back on and do another live stream later tonight after having already done like a 6 hour live stream, because I'm sure it's going to be close to 6 hours by the time it's done, if not over 6. So I don't know if I want to get back on and do another live stream later on. I might. We'll see. I don't normally play for this long. Until I started doing live streams, I would never play like this. I might play for an hour a week. I'm not a big gamer, but I'm a live streamer. I like doing live streams. I like chatting with people and stuff like that. So I don't know how to get people in the chat room though. And I think some people, they probably watch on their TV, which is what I watch YouTube on my TV all the time. So I can, if it's a live, I can't chat. So I understand that, you know, some people probably do, if they're just watching and I don't see them in the chat, then that means they're probably on a smart TV. I'm guessing. Because I would think if you were watching on YouTube, it would automatically put you in, well, it probably doesn't. You probably have to put yourself into the chat. It's not going to show me who's watching. I wish it would. I wish it had a list of who was watching and who wasn't. But none of that is on here. I don't see anything that would have let me actually view. And I'm afraid to click on something. There's a bar right here that tells me 2 people are watching and how long ago I started the stream, but I don't want to click on it. Because I'm doing a live stream and it might mess something up, but I just realized it is clickable. And that might tell me who's watching. I don't know. And I can't find out. I may have to do a test live stream just so I can do that and see what happens, and then I'll delete it. I'll do a short one, a short live stream, and then just delete it. Just so I can find out what that actually does. It might tell me who's watching without messing up the live stream itself. So if that's the case, then I'll know that. So I'll have to experiment with that. Definitely going to have to experiment with that. I'm just glad this thing is working at 10 miles an hour and not 2. Oh, I'd be here all night. Well, so far it has not messed up. Well, as soon as I say that, it'll start messing up. Well, how much of it does it? Well, maybe a quarter of the way done. Not quite. Close to maybe a quarter of the way done. Now, I don't really know about the audio on this. I mean, I listened to some of the live streams that I've done, and I think it's okay, but I have my volume on my headset. I have my volume turned all the way down, or almost all the way down, to where I can just barely hear the like the tractor noise. I have it turned down, so I don't know how well the volume of my voice and the game volume is blended. I think it's probably pretty good. It seemed to me like when I listened to some of the live streams, once they've been posted on YouTube, when I went back and listened to it, they sounded like they were pretty good. I'll probably check this one out too, just to make sure. I think everything is sounding okay. I like for everything to be, I want like the engine noise and stuff like that on the vehicles to be background noise. I don't want to have to shout over the top of them, because I like to do live streaming at 2 o'clock in the morning when the rest of my family is sleeping. I don't normally do my live streams during the day like this. I can, because my grandchildren are at school, but I mean, they'll be getting home soon, and I'm still going to be live streaming because we're not going to be done with this field. Well, I'm glad we didn't have any bad weather in the game. Of course, we could still do this right now. We could do this in rain. We can't harvest in the rain, though. We can't harvest when it's snowing. We can, but we lose some of our crop when we do that. If I remember correctly, sorry guys, if I remember correctly, in FS19, you could not harvest when it was raining or snowing. It wouldn't let you. But in FS22, it will let you, but you do lose some of your crop, some of your yield. So I don't do the work when the weather is bad. I just speed the clock up and let the weather pass, and then do what I got to do. Now once you learn how to use the clock, and even like the number of days per month, I will go in there right now. I'm playing 1 day months. Now, let me tell you, when I first started playing FS19, I didn't know how none of this stuff worked. So I set myself up for 30-day months. Well, I could never get a crop to actually start growing. Because I thought it would just like the next day I should have a crop in the ground. No, that didn't happen. Because it's kind of odd, because everything is based on months, but then you have days. So I've learned how to use the calendar a little bit. We'll just say the calendar, and I've learned how, like, if I don't get everything done that I want to do on this in-game day, it starts getting dark or whatever, I just go change the setting to change it to 2-day months, and then that way I can go sleep, get it back to daylight, and I'm still in the same month. So I don't have new crops ready to harvest and stuff like that. So you can use your clock, or you can use the number of days per month to actually kind of manipulate gameplay speed and the clock and stuff like that. So I've been learning a little bit about how to do that kind of stuff. Eventually, if we get enough actual fields going on, then we might be able to set it up to 2-day months all the time. I don't know if we'll want to do that or not, but we might, because that way we have plenty of time to get stuff done during the month when it needs to be done. Of course, I have seasons turned off, and I'm using a mod to where it doesn't matter when I plant stuff. I can plant any crop during any month. That's not realistic if you play by let's take a look at something right quick. Let's go into the menu here. That guy's doing okay. Let's go into the menu. Let's go down to, see this over here? And if we do this, it tells us the best months to sell. But I have a mod that I'm using that actually, it doesn't matter what month. I get maximum price no matter what month I sell in. But normally you would want to go by here. But if you have seasons turned on, then there's only certain times you can plant. There's only certain times you can harvest and stuff like that. But I don't play with seasons. That doesn't mean I won't ever play with seasons at some point. But for right now, I have no interest in that. Oh, we are getting closer to that edge of the field. We're not quite halfway through yet, but we are getting closer. Still got a lot of map we can farm. But we own a pretty good chunk of the map as it is now. The next thing we're looking for is to put in a potato field. That will be the next thing that we're really looking to do. That will probably still be a couple of episodes away though, before we do that. Because I need to harvest a big soybean field again. Yeah, not quite halfway yet. Not quite. It's pretty close though. It's pretty close. We can look on the map there, on the little mini map. We can see that we're almost, that white circle represents our vehicle right here, and it's almost in the middle of that field, almost in the center. So we're almost halfway. Actually, when I look at that field and that thing from this angle, it reminds me of a t-shirt. That was the first thing I thought of when I actually saw the shape of the field. Was it looks like a t-shirt. There's the neckline, the sleeves over here, the waist down here. That's what it made me think of. I'm just so glad that this guy has, at least thus far, been able to work without me having to help it, with the exception of that one little spot down there. And I knew that, I kind of figured that would be like that. I was hoping maybe the angles would work out, but and I'm okay with having to help with that one little part. I'm okay with that. I'll have to do the same thing. I think I'll have to do the same thing up on that corner up there, and maybe all along that top side I'll have to help out. We'll see when we get there, but it should be minimal amount. As long as it can do all the rest of this, then I'm happy. I don't mind helping it on the ends, because I don't think there is any angle at which I could do this field where it wouldn't need help. And that's simply because of the way I have the the curvatures in the edges of the fields. I could take some of these trees out. I could pull this front row of trees out, the bigger trees right here, just to give it a little more space to turn around. But so far, it's been able to navigate the trees pretty well with no problems. I mean, it hasn't missed any spots because of the trees. It takes a lot of money to plant these big fields, especially when you're doing fertilizer at the same time. You can see my money's just count down, count down, count down. But my objective is to maintain a minimum balance of $1 million in the bank. And we already paid off our loan. We did take out a $500,000 loan, but I've already paid all that back also. Sorry guys, gotta send a message to my daughter. She's upstairs. I'll send a message up there to her. Okay, I was able to message her. I was trying to check on my grandson. He wasn't feeling too good this morning, so she let him stay home from school and give him an asthma breathing treatment and stuff like that. But I hadn't really been hearing him make much noise today, and his bedroom is directly above my room, so I normally hear him, and I haven't been hearing him, so I wanted to find out how he was doing. So she said he's over in her room. I guess he's not feeling too good. Now let's see. Are we halfway finished? I think we are. Just slightly more than half, it looks like. Yeah, I need to buy me another tractor. I need to buy some large tractors. But like, I think it says that if we look right here and we go right here, I think it will tell me that this thing's only going to operate uh, well, I'm not seeing 10 miles an hour. Yep, so that's the max that piece of machinery will work is at 10 miles an hour. So even if I had a bigger tractor, that would not matter. It would not pull this piece of equipment any faster than what it is. Well, it feels nice to be able just to see that edge over there. close by. It's not real close by, but it's close by. Closer by. It's getting closer. I am looking forward to harvesting that field right there again. Hopefully it will be $1 million field of soybeans. I'm hoping. We actually extended that far end down there by those trees. We extended that in just a little bit. And hopefully that'll put us over the $1 million mark. But I won't know that until the next time I harvest that field. I won't know for sure. I hope it puts us over the $1 million mark. I've always wanted to have $1 million field. So I hope I have one now. Before I expanded it, the last time we harvested, I got $955,000. So we expanded the field a little bit, and with the hope that that will pick us up that extra $45,000. But we won't, like I said, we won't know until we harvest it again. And if it doesn't hit the million, it doesn't hit the million, because I can't expand that field any bigger. Well, maybe just a little bit down by the silos. I might be able to expand it just a little bit over on the end down at the bottom where the silos are. But I would not be able to expand it very much going that direction. Well, when we get this thing done, we'll have to do some maintenance and get ourselves some fuel. Now, the reason I have this set up so that the helper does not buy fuel is because we get free fuel. I'm using a modded fuel tank up in the yard that I can fill up for free. So I don't want to have the helper paying for fuel when I get it for free. Now I also get my seed and my fertilizer for free because I'm using a mod that provides that. But I still have my helper. When my helper's driving, my helper is buying their own seed and their own fertilizer, which is why we're spending so much money. But if I didn't do that, I would make so many trips back over to the yard to fill up my tool. I decided I don't want to be taking all those trips back over there to fill it up. I just as soon go ahead and pay, let the helper buy their own seed and their own fertilizer. So it's a lot more expensive that way. But like for my headland rows and stuff like that, all the stuff I do, it's not costing me any money for the seed and the fertilizer that I myself put down. Just what the helper does. And I'm okay with that. I have enough money that I can pay for it. So, because some people might think, well, that's kind of like cheating a little bit to be able to get everything for free. Yeah, to some extent, yeah, that's true, it is. But it's part of the game. That's one thing I really like about this game too. Sorry, I had to yawn, guys. I've been at this for gotta be close to 6 hours now. It's much nicer when you can look and say, okay, there's a lot less to be done than what's already been done. Now, if you guys watch this after it's been posted, let me know in the comment section whether you like commentary, whether you prefer no commentary. For the most part, there's probably going to be some commentary, but I feel kind of funny sometimes if I go too long without talking. But some people might be fine with that. I don't know. So you can leave me a comment in the comment section. Let me know whether you like the commentary or not. Of course, there's not a lot for me to tell you about what we're doing because we've been doing the same thing for a while now. So at some point, I might tell y'all some stories and stuff like that. Just stories about like different experiences I've had and stuff like that in my lifetime. It's going to be interesting to see how this works out on the other end of the field. You know what? I think it might be able to finish the whole thing by itself. I think it might be able to. I don't know for sure that it can, but it might be able to. It just might be able to. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we still got about 20 more passes to make, something like that. How much longer will it take to finish? I don't really know. I just know we're getting closer, and that makes me happy. I do think this is going to be the longest live stream I've done. I did one, I think that was like close to 5.5 hours. I think this one will be longer. This one might hit 6 hours. It must be a little steeper up on this end, yeah, because we're not moving quite as fast. Well, we're back to 10 miles an hour there. We were struggling at 8 miles an hour. Well, hopefully it's not going to be too much longer, guys. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired now, but we'll get this field finished so everything's done that we need to do. And then I can take care of a few things I need to take care of around here. And then hopefully I can get back on later tonight and do another live stream. But like I said, it will probably be Elm Creek. I know one thing I should do. I should just go ahead and do it. And that is save the game. There we go. Electricity cut off on me one day when I was live streaming. So, I had to make 2 videos out of 1 episode. That was on Planet Coaster. Now it looks like I'm the only one watching. I'm watching on my laptop while I'm playing. Just because I want to monitor the chat. Getting closer. I'll shut my mic off for a second here, guys. Okay. Had to talk to my daughter for a second, guys. Oh, we're almost done. Almost done. I don't know if it can do this end. It might have a little bit of trouble right here. I don't know. We'll see. I may have to help it a little bit. But thankfully, we are almost done. Not too many more passes. Wow. And it's a 6-hour live stream, and we are not done yet. We are not finished yet, and it's already been 6 hours. But we got 2 excellent fields today. 2 new ones, 2 new fields put in. And we actually turned over a 3rd field because we started out doing that first. Oh, you know what? I don't even know if I planted that field. I harvested it, but did I plant it? I got to go check. We got to go check. Did I plant this field or did I just harvest it? Okay, yeah, it's growing, okay. I just wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. It's been so long ago, 6 hours. I am really happy with the work that the helpers did on this field. I have not had to help it. It hasn't missed any spots coming up the sides or anything like that. So I'm really happy with that. I did have to help it a little bit on the far end of the field, and I might have to help it a little bit up here. We'll see on one end or the other, because it's going to think it's done when it's actually not. So yeah, I'll end up having one little strip to do over here, I think. We'll just have to see how it goes. But I think there's going to be a section that I'm going to have to finish up myself over here. Because we're going to go down here. It will finish the other end of the field first, and then it's going to think it's finished. And it will still have 2 passes to make up here on this end. But it's not going to recognize that on its own. So yeah, I'm going to have to help it. It'll be interesting to see how it does. I'm hoping it does this section up here, and then I just have to take it up there to the other little section right there. Another yawn at 5:30 in the evening where I live. So now this will be interesting to see how it handles this here. I think it will go up, catch what it can catch here, and then turn around, come back and finish this section right here. Think it's done. We'll drive it up to the other section right there and let it finish that up there. But I don't think it'll go all the way down to the other end. It might, but I don't think it will. I think it's going to go right up here and then stop, and then hopefully just turn around and continue doing its work. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought it would probably do. Should be good. There's some street signs right there in the way. Now, why do you say you're done? You're not done. here it did such a good job all the way from the other end of the field all the way up to here. Now it's going to start acting weird because that angle is so steep on that edge. That's what it is. Almost done, almost done. All right, that time it worked right. So maybe it'll keep doing the right thing. I'm just wanting it to be over with. But it's almost over with. Come on, you're not finished. Keeps wanting to say that it's finished its task, but it hasn't. We want to be finished soon, though, because we don't want our money to drop down below $1 million, which it won't. We've got plenty of money. That it's not going to take $170,000 to finish this field, but still, maybe it'll stay above that 170 mark. Battery level is low. I hope it'll finish at least. All I got to do is finish this field. So hopefully it'll work. I don't want to switch controllers right now. So hopefully it has some time left. It should. I'm not sure how much battery power is left when it starts talking about it's low. But it did just give me that an alert. But hopefully there's enough left on it to where I can finish this field anyway. That's all we got left to do. Again, it tells me it's finished. I don't know why it's doing that, because it's not finished. Almost done, almost done. I just need to be able to finish this field off, go up there and do my maintenance and stuff on our equipment here, on our machinery. It does it every time. Now it should be okay. Almost done. Almost done. Whew. it's going to be nice to have this finished. Got one little section to do up there. One pass right here to finish, and then we got like 2 passes up at the far end, the upper end. Now it's going to think it's finished, but it's not really finished. I'm just going to leave it unfolded like this. And we'll drive down the road. There we go. Finished. Finished. Now we'll just go do maintenance, throw some fuel in it, and we will be done for this episode. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that right there. So I can go like this. And then I can go like this. And then I can go like this. We want to repair, yes. We want to repair, yes. And I don't really need to worry about repairing that. Well, we'll repair that because it has lights on it. And so we want to make sure the lights work and everything. Alright. So what we're going to do, it's all done. So what we'll do is we're going to save it. We're going to save the game. Alright. That's going to wrap it up for this time, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining, hanging out for a while. I hope you enjoyed it. If you haven't subscribed and you watch this, please consider subscribing. Help me grow my channel a little bit. I'm very tiny. Be nice to grow some. So please consider subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. That's going to wrap it up for this time. Until the next one, God bless.